What was the sound of Cheetos?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hang on 1 second. Okay, hello?
Hello.
Hi. My headphones weren't plugged in.
Oh, that sounds like a problem. I have not had dinner yet.
Why not?
Well, you see, Renu, I just spent the last couple hours recording a podcast.
Yeah, but there was time between.
Yeah, but I'm not in charge of making dinner tonight.
Oh, they're not finished?
Not yet.
Well, at least you snacking, right?
I am snacking. I ate some Cheetos, I'm eating some pretzels.
Poor Soupy.
This always happens whenever we record. I get like starving halfway through. I don't know. I think I just
Why do you
consumed.
act like the podcast was the fault of you not having dinner?
Listen, every time I record the podcast, I swear to God, halfway through the episode, I'm just like, I'm gonna faint. I'm so hungry. Why do I expend so much energy podcasting?
You are putting your 110% into the pod.
I wish I could say that was true. It feels like every time I do the podcast, I'm running at like 65% efficiency. What, I sound weird? What do you mean? Oh god, what sounds weird?
What sounds weird? You don't sound weird to me.
Hold on, let me, what if I turn my microphone down a little? Maybe it's low bit rate.
Right, kinda? Hmm?
Hold on. Wait. Wait, what? Hang on. Yeah, this isn't right. One sec.
Okay, is that better? Okay. Ooh, wait.
Sean says yes. OMFG.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like it was using the wrong mic output. I guess the mic was using default on whatever.
Hmm.
Oh, it must be
On your streaming software?
Yeah. It must have been pulling from my like camera or something.
Wow.
That explains
yeah.
a lot too. I was getting a lot of background noise that there's no reason that it should have been there.
Yeah, I guess Discord was pulling from the right source because I couldn't hear anything, but the stream was pulling from
Yeah.
your camera or whatever.
Discord was definitely pulling from the right source because I have it specifically set for the input.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. I guess my dinner. I guess my dinner is progressing.
Well, that sounds nice. It looks like you have something to look forward to.
But how long until it will be ready? Who's to know?
Oh.
Honestly, at this point, the gnocchi we were trying to defrost might have been defrosted. If we had kept it out.
Ooh, gnocchi.
Anyway, so tomatoes and canned tomatoes definitely on the list for yeah. Definitely on the list for groceries. All my roommates are gonna go get groceries in the middle of my
Groceries?
stream.
Oh.
I know, it's the perfect time to go. Nobody's at the
They need to
cinema at
eat.
9 p.m.
Everyone needs to eat.
I also have my chalice filled with wine.
Yeah, who shops during Saturday evening? This crew right here.
It's perfect. The perfect time to shop for us.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I will be right back and then we can get started.
Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Mhm. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
What is the ETA on my dinner, speaking of? Are you guys even gonna be done making dinner by the time you go into the grocery store? Hi, mans.
Well, I would hope that whomever is making dinner will not leave it unattended.
One would hope.
Hi, Matt.
Remains to be seen. I'm gonna cry if I have to eat dinner at 10 p.m.
Oh.
20th February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey defendant's antechambers.
Hi,
Hi, Magpie Minutest.
Magpie.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? I'm a lawyer now. I'm not gonna do
How about
stuff.
that? It's almost like this is your job now.
We are on a study tour of Great Britain, with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible.
Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court. It could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass.
Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right.
I guess, maybe. Good morning.
Himpst.
Oh, Mr. Natsume. Good morning. He always looks like he's like... He looks so stressed. Like, do you see the like whites of his eyes? They're so red. He looks like he's been smoking some pot.
That's what I was thinking too. It's like now that he's out in like the daylight, I noticed how not white the whites of his eyes are. Oh well, then now they're pointing it out.
Oh, they're actually pointing it out. That's so funny.
Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot.
The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Yes.
Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume.
I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Mrs. Sato? Could it be because the Reaper of the Bailey is presiding?
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea.
So, that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zeeks? Is that right, Mrs. Sato?
I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one.
I knew it!
Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday.
Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilden. What a harrowing experience that was.
I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's.
But we wouldn't have realized, of course, that we only just arrived in the country.
Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon, for what appears to be a mundane murder?
It's a good question. He seems to have it. He seems to kind of have it out for us, you know.
He has a bit of a vested interest, I'd say.
That's the question the papers are asking, and they are all speculating various answers.
Mundane? Mundane? It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us.
Oh dear. I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it.
Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago.
Yes, I agree.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Is that for me?
Oh!
Wow! I'm so
Look at you. You live another day.
It's so hot. Is it spicy or just like temperature hot?
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, it's you. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers!
I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck.
Wow. Literally unfucking lucky. You know what? Actually, that tracks. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive! Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Oh. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience or skills or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. If this is Phoenix's answer, the curse definitely carries on his descendants. Yeah, it's true. Oh, benevolent locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side.
So unluckily this misfortune transcends generations.
Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquires. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I live. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Yep. All right then, Mr. Natsume. It's time. Let's go. Yes! This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper.
Zaripa.
Zaripa! It's that Curse and Halls before attorneys, you're right. Naruhodo didn't carry like an old lady up a mountain, and then suddenly his generation, his bloodline is cursed forever. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. This time, I won't let my faith waver. I believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I mean, to be fair, your last client seemed pretty guilty. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. Although, did he seem guilty? I don't know. I don't even, like, that trial was bizarre. Okay. 20th February, 10 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
Look at this fucking guy. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord.
Waiting
Defense?
for his count.
Is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed.
What is wrong with you?
Sorry? What? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance.
Wow, this guy
Wow,
is going
damn.
all in. I think he might be a little salty he lost.
I think the rich dude fixed the trial and then went on technicality, but maybe we'll get to learn more. I hope we get to learn more. Because on one hand, it feels like he didn't actually do the murder. But on the other hand, he was so shady about it, about not doing the murder. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, he definitely, forged some evidence during the trial.
Well, don't get me wrong, I don't think he actually killed anybody. But the way he went about proving his innocence was
I think he's definitely responsible though. Like whether he did it himself or he hired someone to do it.
Oh, I guess that's true. But why would you want to kill somebody who, was defaulting on their debt, you know? Wouldn't you wanna
Yeah, no,
collect the
there's
debt?
definitely a lot that they did not explain. So.
Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description.
You're racist.
It's not arrogance, it's compassion. And compassion doesn't exist for the British, so that makes sense.
Oh my god.
Susato-san.
After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent.
Oh, there he goes! He's pouring it!
Yeah, the chalice!
Jealous, baby!
You must have it ready.
Very true. A most fascinating, if dark, trial it was, too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate, violent end. How are the volume levels, by the way? Because I really can't project with his voice because it's super husky and low.
I mean, to me, you sound fine, but that's because I'm calm with you.
Yeah.
Reaper knows no compassion, only wine. Wine.
What is
Definitely
a
not an
lawyer
actual
but
vampire.
a miserable pile of secrets? Okay, but it's not bad. I won't.
Okay. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public?
Oh, I cannot wait to see the jury.
Let's see it.
Hey!
Oh, hey, wait!
You never know when you might be down on your luck. But I believe in fair play for everyone.
Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear.
Wait a minute. Can we do him too?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. Oh, wait! Okay, well... I'm afraid to say, I think it's quite possible that mustached foreigner did the deed.
Man, the jury pool is so small in this country. What, like 4 people live in this country? What the hell is going on? Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Sorry, didn't quite catch that.
The elderly, always in the last position. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zieks.
Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of a most sinister act.
Oh! Whoa!
Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. Knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Now, what would you know about knife crimes, bud?
Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese.
Wow, because the Japanese
Was?
are all murderers. Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Pray forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. He does this like twice a trial.
I can't. I can't get over him.
Dude, I'd be afraid of this guy too. Like, even beyond the fact that he looks like a vampire, he's just like, let me pour myself some wine. I'm not going to drink the wine. I simply wish to throw it against the wall so strongly that it erupts into glass shards. I'm fucking terrified. Like, the fact that this man hasn't been, like, fucking arrested or anything, Jesus.
Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please.
Your name and occupation, please. If I break the chalice, you're not paying for another one. You know what? Fair enough.
Wait, did I voice him?
Yeah, you did.
I completely couldn't remember. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard.
Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector?
The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olu Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector? Thought to be?
The wine glasses is a version of the whip. Yeah, it is. each of the prosecutors has their like signature thing, like go out the coffee.
Yeah. Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious.
I will say this, some of the later prosecutors are also extremely funny. Like, none of them get as extreme as Francisca's whip, but the prosecutor in Apollo Justice is great, and the prosecutor in Dual Destinies is hilarious.
That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since.
What? So they don't even know who she is for sure?
Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger.
Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector.
Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back.
I mean, let's be honest here. He does look suspicious in every picture we see him. He's so twitchy. He's so twitchy and suspicious looking. Listen, it's just how he is. It's not a fault of him being Japanese. He's just weird.
Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please.
Case file. What of the weapon that was used?
Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back.
Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. Watch your back, Ryunosuke!
With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman.
Even a scragged-looking Sotsuki-san, I suppose.
A common or garden jackknife. Garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she is a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pitching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting the second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Hey!
Hey! If theft and grievance have been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way. Oh, he sounds so impressive in the Japanese. Oh! Oh my god! Holy shit! Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery.
The public gallery!
But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. Oh, what? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student.
Yes, sir. Wonder who he hit with that thing. Someone is covered in wine and glass.
Someone's covered in wine and glass, yeah.
As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he'd just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. Oh dear.
I see.
Ah, yes. I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector.
Crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat.
What's happening today, dog?
Someone pee in your Cheerios this morning? Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well,
Forgive me, Lord Van Zieks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it.
What are you doing, Mrs. Sato?
Do go on.
Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, now you mention it. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat she was, just as I went to overtake her. She suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed under the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. Green overcoat.
Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print was wearing.
Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next?
The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he is guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes.
It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please.
Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Vwomp. Mata! Mata! A light fog, you say?
Well, light for London. You could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though.
That's light, is it?
Mm-hmm.
For London?
Yeah, for London. Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course.
I've read that London is famous for its fog, but in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. How quaint.
Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate.
I see.
At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. It's like how the South romanticizes snow, but Northerners are like,
Snow.
sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed. The other day, I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling.
Ugh, Sato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused. How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us. Ah, yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he?
That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard.
That is correct, ma'am.
Smack! Then we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand, should it be necessary. But, wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. Witnesses to a crime that happened with no one else around. Yep. Ah. The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime.
Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness.
Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. From behind, you say?
That's right. As you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition, comatose no less. I'm afraid so, my lord, yes. She's being treated at Bots. I was hopeful that she'd come around before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events.
Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Ah!
Mata!
Mr. Natsume's belongings,
I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were. irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course.
Sad.
Oh.
The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example.
He's very clever, isn't he?
What do you mean?
He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there.
You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes.
The defendant apparently visits a secondhand bookshop on a daily basis.
Yes, so I understand.
Looking at him makes me want fries. Every time I look
I
at
know,
him,
right?
I want fish and chips so fucking bad.
Me too. A shop full of old English literature.
I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention.
The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books.
Yeah, good fish and chips restaurant here. Yeah, I'm telling you, that's what I want. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector?
Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused's lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Meerschaum Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end, which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop.
Mr. Naruhodo. I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance.
Yes, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being the bookshop's stock? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was looking up fish and chip shops. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I think it's the location, right?
Location? Okay. The crucial detail in what you've just told the court, Inspector, is the location of the bookshop.
I couldn't agree more.
So, where is it exactly?
Huh? Are you winding me up, Sunshine? I just explained that. No, it's fish and chips. I got the map out and everything. Use red blooming ink and drew the bloke's room on for you. And I distinctly remember seeing you nod along, Counsel.
Oh, yes! Yes, of course! I must have been so nervous I didn't take it in. The blunder of the day goes to you, my learned friend. No, not yet. The trial's only just begun after all.
Mr. Naruhodo, I would strongly advise you to look carefully through the court record at this stage.
Yes, miss. At once, miss. Sorry I made a mistake, miss. Oh my god, Nara. Ryunosuke. He literally just did that TikTok meme that's just like, mommy, sorry, mommy, sorry, mommy, sorry. Mr. Natsume's lodgings, Briar Road, Bourbon Books. Okay. Customer, Mr. Natsume, the sum of 2 shillings tendered in receipt of the picture of Monsieur Le Coq. A meal for Gabbro. Canterbury yearnings. Spicy. You find a Korean Japanese fish and chips place? Yo, what the fuck?
the heck?
I want it. Sorry? Can we have it now? Let's see. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Olive green female stout build, early 20s. Pavement of Briar Road, east side.
Oh, your books. That's what it was.
Closes
So it's
in
not
1
bourbon
minute,
books.
so- Oh, really? Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh, your books. Interesting.
At
Release
least
this
there's
tomorrow. Oh god, I honestly legitimately might. I'm not joking. Like,
do it.
I have a stream tomorrow around noon my time where we're going to be doing like D&D like ranking stuff. So probably not going to have time to make lunch. We could totally get takeout, right? Yeah, let's get some food. Woo!
Wow.
Oh baby.
Wow. Tell me
Oh,
how it is if
baby.
you get
Yeah.
it.
I'm super hype all of a sudden. Let's see, the victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stabbing from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away from an officer. Let's look at the knife just in case. I'll let you live vicariously. Yeah, we'll take pictures.
Yeah.
We'll probably talk about it on stream. Yeah, that's probably true. You're up, Renu.
Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
You should link the place you're looking at in the house Discord so I can look at it. You're right. Well spotted, Mrs. Sato.
I wonder what could have happened to it.
Yes, you don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you?
Oh
Gruesome.
dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful.
Alright, anything else to look at in this? Probably not.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, look at this picture. Inspector, continue with your testimony, please. Chotomata.
Chotomate kudasai. Mata! Mata!
Mata!
Bookshop's name.
Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor?
What?
Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance.
Maybe.
Oh, well, you know. I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue.
Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say.
Could the man be any more sardonic?
He was on his way home from Bourbon Books. Bourbon Books!
If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. Igiari!
What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know.
This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 secondhand books.
Oh, and you found that in the accused's room, did you?
Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. The receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books.
Your books? Y-O-R-E, I presume?
Yes, my lord. So, Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a secondhand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books.
What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that... Well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
I mean... But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it. His voice is so full and deep in the Japanese. I feel like in the English, it's like a little. It doesn't fit quite as well. Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. I disagree. I mean, after all,
I have the street map here, if that may be of help.
Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? Is he allowed to do that?
My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it might be a possibility. I do declare.
Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said?
Absolutely. It absolutely could be right.
Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. It turns out that Your Books is just here on the next corner of Meersham Street going east.
Ah. And there you have it. As you can clearly see now. Oh. He's like, are you done? My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus. This is such a
Wow.
good screen cap.
Wow.
You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you.
Ooh!
Ooh, spicy.
Spicy! I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from your books instead of bourbon books, there's no doubt he would still have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Yes, thank you, Inspector.
I mean, he could have gone the other way.
Yeah.
Ugh. He's a weird little man. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Taking bets on when Van Zeeks goes full Gato with Ryunosuke with the chalice, yeah. Throws at him.
Oh, how many?
Jesus Christ. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Ah!
Good gracious. As I suspected, you can't fool me. And I don't suggest you try.
What do I say, eh? I've had enough of this now. Beg your pardon, terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that?
Mr. Naruto, we mustn't give up.
What do you mean?
If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty.
Ah, she's absolutely right.
We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully.
Yeah, just like Otto's mugs, there's a conveyor belt of new chalices.
Right? They claim Sasuke-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but...
ERE.
The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed.
Explain yourself, counsel.
Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. Yeah, I mean, like, technically speaking,
Yeah.
like, you could go the other way, and it's like,
Yeah.
you would be moving in more of a continuous line, right? Like, you wouldn't have to take this turn here. All right, have fun on your Safeway trip.
Bye-bye. Be safe.
If the defendant used these streets, look what happens.
Bam.
He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked. You got it! You got it! Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. The sourdough depends on you being fast, so wish you luck. Oh, jeez.
Good luck.
On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Because he's weird? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't, in other words. The accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
Yeah.
But, aha, yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection
That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home.
Well,
I
I don't believe this! I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of this court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still... Oh, they're ready to throw down. I agree with all Van Zeeks. Wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it! Does this mean... We members of the jury are completely convinced now. He would randomly take either path. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true.
Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Oh, Jesus. We are really in it now.
Oh!
Oh!
Woo! Wow!
Oh my God! We have voice acting?
Let's go.
Holy shit! Did we have voice acting in the English?
I think
I
we
don't
would've noticed.
remember, right?
Yeah. It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous.
Ah, we're fucked. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Mr. Naruhodo, you're not very good at this. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of a quarry not yet willing to give up and die. So, I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will. It's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses.
Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with this. Nipponese whippersnapper and his bonkers refusal to throw in the alley.
Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
Judicial findings. For pity's sake, Nipponese already admitted himself, didn't he?
If he said that the woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim.
The man would have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. Not in winter. Or wouldn't have gone around the houses in the bookshop. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? What work do we do?
Oh, what? They can't just say.
More books, yes. Nice shop that. But bourbon books. No, not worth a visit.
With only minor exceptions. The reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear.
When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes.
Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say I would have ample grounds to convict this man already.
Oh dear. Even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now.
That's not good. Ugh, why do you have to run away like that? How are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense?
Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling.
But I want to grumble.
It's hard. I hate this job.
If we want to force the trial to continue.
Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least.
Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward.
You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke. You can do it. Jury examination.
Look at him!
What the?
Excuse me, but aren't you... That's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face. Well, the side of it, anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, came back to London to work. It was all going swimmingly till you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You and me and that young adder-pegged as criminals. Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge. There's all sorts of rumors buzzing around. Police have been badgering me non-stop. If I could turn back the clock. Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter. At least I'm in the clear now. I'm free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Huh. Thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, given our awkward history.
Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now.
You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him.
Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly, that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly, that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing moustache is the culprit.
us not forget, madame. The defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman.
Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward. Honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes.
But if that's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible?
Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds?
Alright, lady. I can tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now. But you wouldn't like it.
I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime.
Ugh.
If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple.
Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit.
Oh my, you are too kind, my lord.
The cop witness did it. I mean, it's always the cop. That went well. For her. But you can't deny that there are other routes that Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books.
Oh, yes. Like you drew on the map, you mean? What was it? Calabash Road or something?
Precisely.
But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not.
Well, yes, that's true.
And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there?
Well, yes, that's true as well.
And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he?
Well, yes, that's annoyingly true.
Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible.
Well, yes. Why is all this true?
I mean... So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road.
Ah, I'm supposed to be convincing you here!
I have given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone on the Calabash roadway, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would.
Huh. The reason why Soseki-san might have taken the longer way home.
Yes, good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one.
But we're getting there. Sorry. Hold it, you say? Hold what? No, what I said was, hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often?
I like the old books I have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about.
And at what time did you visit your books in the day in question?
Well, I was picking up books in there all afternoon. It would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day.
Hey, this man is wearing a green coat!
Including the day you're all talking about.
Just before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time?
Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had.
What do you mean?
Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head.
Oh!
It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up.
Wait a minute, let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road?
That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books.
Sure, number 6, I must insist. If you add that information to your formal statement, it may very well be extremely significant.
Sorry. Extremely sick. No, I'm quite all right now.
It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. I can't help but feeling that some of their opinions are, rather subjective.
I agree, it's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume of anything. That's something.
We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo. Cunningly.
Yes, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again, carefully. And if any of their assertions are at odds, I'll pit them mercilessly against each other.
Yes, don't hold back. Pit them all against each other. Let there be blood! Mata!
Whatever is the matter, young man?
You're the wife of Mr. Geradev, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room?
The master's wife? Where do you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid. The maid, you understand?
She's keeping up that charade? Ugh, this is gonna be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean?
Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice.
I see. Well, anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he?
Yes, that's right. Although he's only been in a little over a week now.
I forgot he hasn't even been there that long. And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this?
Oh my goodness me, yes! He's just the sort!
He's sussy as fuck. What?
Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache.
I like how they're all taking shots at his mustache.
Yeah, they don't like it. The man never speaks. And don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh dear. Poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm, nothing more.
Not a terrorist, Jesus. Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, I better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already.
My cat.
A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes.
Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. Like so you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. I don't work, I don't eat. Neither do the wife and kids.
Oh, I see. That, must be very hard.
I go to the union every morning to find out what he's doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year is water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. I have to cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn to dusk, it is.
So you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you?
That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it's just round the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was.
What?
Another coincidence. That's right. Meerschaum Street it was.
Meerschaum Street?
On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets.
This is amazing. London only has 3 named streets. Sure, number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please.
What's the point in that? Can't we all just get this business over with now?
Please, sir, it's important.
Fine, I'll do it then. On the day it happened, I was taking up Meerschaum Street from dawn till dusk.
See, where's Meerschaum Street again? So this. Oh. Oh.
Hmm.
Yes.
Likes to play What's He Building in There by Tom Waits.
Yeti.
Those two
Bam!
statements are clearly at odds with one another.
Dawds Council, explain yourself. Please, don't point. It wasn't me, I swear.
Huh? What? I just want to get this done and dusted.
Well, juror number 3?
Oh, me, sir? What do you mean?
Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impassable. Which means the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road.
Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir?
Well, yes, can't argue with that really, can you? Must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way.
So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings.
Yes, I suppose he must have.
I suppose that must be right, eh?
Sure, number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice.
Yes, my lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Oh, hang on. Sorry, something's happening with my windows.
Oh?
Okay. Yes. I don't think in all good conscience, that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Bam!
What about you, sir?
Huh? Who? Me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled, and that's what I say.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful.
Well, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least. It's strengthened our position somewhat.
Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only... If we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely.
Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. And Zeeks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal. He's just chilling.
Thank you, Counsel. On with the summation examination, please.
Oh wait, that's right, he's not allowed to talk. Yes, my lord. Well,
I mean, she would contradict with Mr. Mans, yeah.
There you go.
Bam!
Can't wait for when Van Zeeks is accused of murder by exsanguination, which you assume is coming. I'm sure, right? Lord Van Zeeks, we found the truth. You're a vampire.
Wait.
These two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning.
A flaw? What are you talking about, Counsel?
I like how they talk about like the summation examination as if it's like an old antiquated system when clearly it's working just fine.
Yeah, right?
Like, what's wrong with the lawyers in this country that this is not a useful part of the court trial?
Right.
Well, juror number 2, juror number 6.
My, whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you.
Great. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There is at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot.
But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey.
That's correct. But he does remember seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes.
Yes, we are well aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Can we really be sure of that, madam?
My, whatever do you mean?
I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood.
Oh my.
My goodness, you mean...
That's right. I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Why is juror number 6 always like an old person?
I know, that's what I mean when I saw him.
Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes Was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today?
That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim.
Well, look at that.
My goodness me!
Sorry. You need a pee?
And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell.
On Calabash Road.
Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly, the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home.
You idiot old man. If you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago.
Really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat?
What did you say
Uh-oh.
to me?
Uh-oh.
Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat? Is it?
My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but...
You'd like to change your leaning, I presume.
I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you.
And I would too.
What?
Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well,
Oh, bro, you got...
Oh, he's back to
No.
closet.
No, sir. Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The ayes 2, the noes 4, so the noes have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue. Oh,
Oh. Oh, he's drinking. That means we got a drink. One.
do we? Oh, he broke his chalice again.
How many chalices does this guy have? Holy shit!
He went through like 3 during this trial alone.
could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Zieks, holy shit, dude!
It seems I must retract my earlier remark.
What do you mean?
I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer.
Wow. He's shaming them.
Yes.
Whatever do you mean?
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth.
Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road, as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir?
That's right. It took me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it.
Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents?
Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue. No.
2 yards is a little less than 2 meters.
Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Huh? Me? Well, can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. A waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway. And turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The biggest hint to his vampirism is how he can crush glasses and not be hurt by the glass. That's true. He doesn't have blood. That's why his hands don't stain. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town.
Ah! Is that true? Is it?
The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodges, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road.
Crushed in a single sentence!
And, old man,
Old man, you can talk.
you say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. They're making a lot of assumptions about a guy that does nothing but read books. Yeah, he seems in exceedingly poor health. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time?
Oh, I can't say I remember.
You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw, but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it.
Ah!
Order! Order! Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself.
My lord?
If you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination?
I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. And knowing to jump while carrying books? Yeah, I would take him on my way around too. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I fear. Ooh. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord, the prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand.
Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses.
It's next witnesses?
Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident.
Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less.
I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness.
Alright. No matter who Van Zeeks brings to the stand as his witnesses, no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end. until this battle is over. Oh, what on earth? Jesus Christ. You know what? Let's take a little break before we begin this.
Okay.
Okay, take a little break. You will be back in like 5-ish. Bop, bop, bop.
I gave Clover a treat while we were away.
Nice. Good job. Cute.
And she carried it all the way back to her bed all happily.
Ooh, yeah! Treat! I was looking at fish and chip places and drooling. So hungry now. Even though I just ate. Even though I'm actually not that hungry. I just really want.
I want fish and chippy.
Okay, let's get back to it. Okay. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Just can't get over there, man.
Constable Rolly beat, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir.
I'm Mrs. B. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say that I'm this young town hero's wife.
He's so cute. They're both so cute.
What's the story here?
Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually.
Indeed. Apart from rare days off, our gallant officers tread some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our street lights.
There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all.
I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed a long time ago. Way to insult the labor and the juror by calling it the hardest job in the world. Yeah. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Alright, we've summed up the entire problem with the justice system in this one statement. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat?
That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly?
Constable Rolly beat, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir.
What a great witness he's going to be.
Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
It was our wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off. Ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man on the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day.
Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Oh dear. This policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed.
It's death knell, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place.
What an unfortunate behancing. And on your... excuse me. And on your wedding anniversary, too.
Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that.
Oh my god, she's thanking Jesus Christ directly.
Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed.
Sounds like hell. Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Oh. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that the man's so tired his wife has to do all the talking.
Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Miss Beat? Mrs. Beat?
Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you?
I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling?
Huh? What? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were headed back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh no, Rolly. I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes.
That's kind of weird. You're married.
Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy.
No, it does not, Susato.
Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct?
That's right, sir, yes. I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founded principles of the force written on it, as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without grumble. Because I know that
the plottings of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me.
Whoa!
I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care.
Dang, he's spicy.
Oh, Pat,
Oh, Rolly! Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold.
I mean, that's kind of cute, not gonna lie. If a little over the top, perhaps. Oh, Ryunosuke, you'll never find love.
And then, kindly describe what happened next.
Two silhouettes.
That's right. They were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume.
Yes, unfortunately it does. And you're certain that at the time there was nobody else nearby?
Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see? There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Hey. Hi. Huh? What? Ah, yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light far on the ground, but Briar Road is dead straight. You can see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians.
Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer, please. Mr. Beat, are you quite sure of what you've just said?
Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day every day keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. I am as sure as my love for Patricia is true.
Ugh.
Oh, Pat.
Oh,
They're still maintaining that there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened.
Rolly! It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run.
Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? Haha!
Wow.
Put the scene all too convincingly.
Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed?
Scattered something. What do you mean by that?
Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then we got closer. I realized what it was. Didn't we, darling?
Huh? What? Ah, yes, that's right. It was some old books.
I see. Old books.
Yes, sir. The culprit had dropped a number of them, all around where the victim lay on the pavement.
Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print.
That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was the man in the dock without question, sir. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the snub nose. Everything. Oh, any more insults you want to throw in?
That's right. He looked down at that poor, defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. and then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away.
I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind you, the court... May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue.
Yes, sir.
Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? Wake up!
Yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Beat to go. I was off duty by that point. But Bobby is never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene.
Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance.
That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box.
Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box?
Depends on a crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. But the woman who was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia to wait at the police box where the beat the incident fell under, so she could go. Report it.
I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the bobby on duty. There is nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know.
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens.
Case is going about as well as you would expect.
Oh, please. You're making us blush. Isn't he, darling?
You missed the entire summation examination. And now we're here on witnesses.
The examination went well.
Yep.
We stopped the trial from ending on a unanimous guilty verdict.
Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we? But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you?
We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know.
Right.
The light from the street lamps was more than enough. My husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he?
Huh. Yes. And what of the fog?
We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is. It is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm.
Yes. All right. I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about?
The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we could tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling?
Makes such a concerning noise every time she does that.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? What? Yes. It was the accused and no mistake. Mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable, sir. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san that they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So, that's it. Is it? That's their entire testimony?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it
really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day.
Yes, I feel the same.
So if that's true, where does it leave us?
Members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony.
Ah, no! What do we do?
Kazuma-san over here.
What are you trying to say?
I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony.
What do you mean, somewhere else?
Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate.
Oh, right.
Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion.
Why do I always seem to be so up against it?
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it!
What? No, no, no. Oh, no, it's really not that at all.
My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I'll beat you with his fist. I remember every last detail. Everything. Like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one I could. Every single one.
Oh?
Do tell.
And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is?
No, that will do, but
No, it won't do at all! That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will. Get him, Rolly.
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please, put your husband's fists down!
It's too late.
perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Bate. Might that appease you?
Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling?
Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop on the day in question.
After I'd been to the police box for help, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I am a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Rolly.
And what was your husband doing at the time?
Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved
I
rest.
feel bad for this man. He seems to be in a very loving relationship.
I was so hard, you know. Ever so hard. Don't you, my darling?
Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime.
Right. Mrs. Beat, seeing as you've regaled the court with your tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene?
I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was the picture of Monsieur somebody or other, and what's it, yearnings? And then there was a meal for someone, and the last one was definitely the thingamies something. You see?
Well, I mean, so yeah. Putting that aside, there's one more book there than there should be.
Yes.
Yes, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory.
Oh well, they were along those lines, I'm quite sure.
There were indeed books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it.
Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling? Don't you?
Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have to answer to me to answer
Wyatt.
to.
He needs to put down
Oh
the
my
firearm.
gosh, he's packing. He's packing heat.
In a courtroom.
Terrifying. God. He's so fucking funny. Steven's pounding the shit out of his sourdough
Nice.
good.
The sourdough deserved it.
Yes, she really is. So that's it, is it? Yes. Okay, well, we're gonna present our old list of bookos. So you're saying that there were 4 books?
That's right. I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur somebody, what's it, yearnings, a meal for someone, and the thingamies something.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours.
Oh no, what for?
Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4.
What?
This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books.
Your books?
Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But, as you can see, only 3 books are listed.
Only 3? But no! And no, that can't be! I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you! 4 dirty old books!
Oh, really? I'll have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books.
But I just don't believe it! I saw them there! I swear it! I saw them!
No, madam. I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! No!
It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend.
What?
What cannot be denied is that these two witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. So, we've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair?
Sees right through me.
But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you.
What are you talking about?
It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast.
Don't bust it.
To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect.
Excuse you.
Oh,
You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Huh?
What about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books.
Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print.
That print? You mean to say? Oh, there it goes.
Oh, what? Oh, come on, man!
Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hands.
Steven's in meeting for like 10, 15 minutes. I think that's probably
Wow.
enough. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. The Lion's Pride. Hey, wait a minute.
Hey, wait a minute!
As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso.
No! No!
Order! Order!
F's in chat for chalice number 4.
there. You see? You see? Look at that. Look, look, look.
Yes.
It's just like I said. Isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir.
Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh, yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other.
The picture of Monsieur Lecoq.
What's it, yearnings?
Canterbury Yearnings.
A meal for someone?
A meal for Gabbaro, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment.
Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4.
There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print.
I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt?
It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows,
The fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim.
The victim was holding her own book?
I wonder, what became of that fourth book?
Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence.
They withhold a lot of evidence in these. Yeah, although to be fair, like we are strictly in the time when trial by ambush seems quite valid, doesn't it?
Yeah. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel.
It's a little less excusable in Mr. Phoenix Wright's time.
My pleasure, my lord. The prosecution rests.
And while he's resting, let's take a look at these. The Lion's Pride, huh? Fascinating.
Oh, look at this! The book has been badly burnt.
Hmm.
You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages.
Oh, what a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think damage must have occurred very recently.
A book recently damaged by a fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me?
Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride.
I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all, so it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride? Wait, that's strange. I think I have heard of a book by that name before, and very recently, too.
It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo.
Wow, where could we recognize it from?
Wow!
Wow, amazing. Okay.
I have nothing further to add.
What?
You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused's lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination.
Futile? I walked right into this one, didn't I?
You see? Everything we've said is true.
Yeah. Pardon my dog.
Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat.
So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions?
Dog cam, please.
She is like in my room. She came to check on me.
I mean, if you want to set up a camera, I could put the dog cam up.
Oh, I don't have a camera.
Oh, well.
Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already?
That says get her gentle pets.
Oh, she's being patted right now. Don't you worry.
You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position.
I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do you do now? I guess we just raise an objection, huh?
We gotta.
I'm not done yet.
No, my learned friend. It's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense. And you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate.
Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but I can't think of what to say.
If I may, Lord Van Zieks? It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point.
She called you boorish.
Your insignificant little eastern isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this.
Oh,
Excuse you. You can't talk that way about
Yeah.
her.
I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you'll have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby!
Mr. Naruhodo.
One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance. So, the court will hear you, madam.
Go ahead, Mr. Sato, please.
Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further?
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So you must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible.
Yes, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Sato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord.
Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked.
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know.
Yes, I'm afraid, counsel. I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. when I afforded you this opportunity. You led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear?
Oh, yes, my lord. It's,
Mr. Naruhodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence. Which means you may very well be on the right track.
yes, I think you might be right.
So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case, which this fourth book conceals?
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question.
The back? What do you... Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp.
So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing. Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh. Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? Well, that's a very good question, Mr. Van Zeeks. One I will answer after I save the video game. Charred book. There is just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory.
Don't keep us waiting any longer then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tome has suffered?
The shop that sold it, its owner, and its content. Its owner.
Owner.
My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner.
I beg your pardon?
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor, after all. It's obviously hers.
The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand is yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to, and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers.
Good gracious. How can you possibly?
Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry.
Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book? Herlock Sholmes.
Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Hooray!
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. The landlords? And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garadeb herself.
Oh my goodness. Me?
I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm
not Mr. Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid.
Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house?
I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused's landlady, you say. You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadib's house.
Good lord, what sort of incident, counsel?
A fire, my lord.
Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. Bally furniture started coming up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite, a book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride?
By Jove, the very same title that's the subject of this debate. Oh, dear me.
This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime.
Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garadib was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garadib, even amid the flames.
Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly?
Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir.
Had all my favorite old novels in that case. As soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I backed up against the window, under heavy enemy fire, incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen.
The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious. Are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there is no report of the Garadib's window pane being broken.
That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garadib household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time when...
Not even remotely. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter.
Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrett Ebb's wife?
I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough. Oh. Hangy.
Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward.
Really?
Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight. Honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you?
Nobody said either of those things.
It's nothing to do with this beastly case. Not any of it. All you've done is to sully our family's name.
No, I assure you that was never my intention.
Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears is what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable.
Too right. Just because you're a vampire, I don't need to breathe doesn't mean other people wouldn't air out a smoked out room, right? Exactly. Oh, here we go. How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponi spouting out his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim was that little hunchback with the mustache. And he ran away from the scene, too.
I do declare you're right.
It's true. Yes, what did I tell you?
Makes sense to me. Sorry, what's that?
Well, it would seem that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zeeks?
In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait. The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... Woo!
The boot! It's here!
If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. What? No forgive the discourtesy this time?
In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defense's culpability for the court to hear.
Yuzai!
Yuzai!
Yuzai? Yuzai?
Yuzai!
Yuzai! Yuzai! Welp, we're back here again.
Well, thank you for that unambiguous response.
Oh, that's twice now! It's over!
It's over.
Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up.
Miss Susato?
Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet.
You're not suggesting.
Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point.
Let's go.
We only live to make Barrack von Zeke's life miserable.
You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance.
My lord, the defense asks to exercise its right to a summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined.
What a ride.
God.
Really? That's the break?
He is definitely targeting Inosuke, so turnabout is fair play, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're right on time for a break. Yup. Okay.
Wow.
Have a little breaky. Come back for maybe a little extra bit, little extra
Ooh.
hour, and then
Hmm?
yeah, that'll be it for the week.
Wow.
I'm gonna get some water and pee because I have to do both of
Okay.
those things.
Okay. Smith John at this point.
Ba, ba, ba. Ba, da, ba, ba, ba.
You got an Apple Watch on the way? Ooh. Congrats. That's fancy. The privileges of having employment. Yeah, fancy watches. And fish and chips whenever you want. Ooh, a record player. That's awesome.
Very cool.
Okay. Ah, fuck, I forgot my fucking... I'll be right back.
Bam, bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. Record player.
I've been told that the chat is unreadable.
What do you mean?
Because it's white on white. So give me a second. I think this shouldn't break anything. Copy this. Go back to the break screen. Paste this. And then remove this. And there you go. Technically, that means you should be able to watch it.
I didn't even know there was a chat on the screen.
I'll have to move it accordingly, but yeah. It doesn't matter. I'll fix it later. Yeah, see, it's visible. You can see it now. I made this for the D&D stream tomorrow because I know there's a lot of white on white problems there. So anyway, let's do some Ace Attorney. We probably saved, but you know, safety save.
I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury.
Imagine if he just says no.
I mean, he can say no. And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure.
Again, Beric von Zeek said that this was like an antiquated procedure, but if I was a defense lawyer, I would milk the shit out of this. Are you kidding me?
If it's in the rules, we can use it. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime.
Well,
Scale.
here we go again.
Hughes left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? That's what the book says.
If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it?
Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit.
Did you hit him directly?
Oh, Lord Jesus. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes.
Very helpful.
So cute.
What harm ever came from chucking a flaming book at one's spouse?
Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time. Are you sure?
I'm not sure that's true.
I don't think so.
I must admit I am not convinced about that one, Chief.
With one notable exception, of course.
My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony.
So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. Ugh, ads. Congratulations on the resub. Welcome back. And moreover,
Why?
no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. I believe that's chalice number 5. Take a drink.
He's destroying way more chalices this time around.
He's angry.
Mm-hmm. You volunteered to prosecute for this trial, man. Well, if the eyewitnesses are all correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way.
That means, I'm afraid, that during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those 2 details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And there I was thinking this might be hard.
But Mr. Naruto, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends.
Man, Phoenix had some, like, really, really back-to-the-wall cases, but my god, every time Ryunosuke is in court, it feels like I'm about to get flayed alive. Last trial should have been more anger-inducing, long-time grudges, falsification of evidence, more things. Yeah, honestly. No pressure, then!
That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I assume you are prepared, counsel?
Oh, yes, my lord. All right, Ryunosuke, focus your mind now.
Ha!
Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid, or should I say Mrs. Garadeb.
We have a book that disappeared from the Garrett Deb's house on the evening of the incident. And the 4th book found in the victim's hand.
There must be a way to link the 2. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes.
Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garadeb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say.
A good point. This is the first time they openly admit to the acquitted that you need to convict another person. Yeah. But as we now know, there were 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord. This is the part I have a problem with. Oops, I didn't even mean to put that. Sorry? At the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fella was at home, wasn't he? Doing a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said. That's not exactly how I put it, no? Anyway, point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. Huh.
I think that's what you call a strong alibi.
Yeah, the banker would side with the landlords. So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it. Totally leaves the Nipponese fella. Honestly, I can't even see what all this palaver's about. It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I've nothing witty left to say. So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean?
Oh my, such delight on your face. But I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion.
Despite what you may think of me, I am a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman.
That's great.
If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
And not at all extreme.
As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite one or two puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say?
Overwhelmingly.
But us modern girls are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know? So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one.
I'd be happy to do that too. If only I could.
Let us do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady.
Right. Glad you omitted the rational there. But what about the possibility that the window was open?
What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been.
How can you be so sure?
The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see?
But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you?
It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it.
Then what's the point in even having windows, huh?
Hey, Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering.
Oh, sorry. Somehow I need to show that there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't gonna budge otherwise. Just brick up the damn thing to avoid the tax, come on! But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not?
With flames of love, I'll have you know.
Jesus Christ. There's really no such thing as a loving
Ma'am?
incendiary bomb. This poor guy next to her.
Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree?
Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing. Yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garrett.
Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute. Nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime.
Right. Well, we'll see about that. What about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garrett's relentless onslaughts.
It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he has.
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tidy bit of trouble.
Oops. You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here.
Him and me both then, like I said before.
What?
Told you already. I'm a day laborer, aren't I? I'll bring home some readies with me tonight. You'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning.
What?
You heard me.
My missus ain't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me. Another shining example of marital bliss, then. Jesus Christ, I'm never getting married. Holy shit! A situation like this cropped up the other day. As well, you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember. Sorry? I was too frightening, that's the thing. Must have blocked it out. Helpful.
I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf.
Remember if his wife must be in the Wu-Tang. Don't even go there, Mr. Sato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case?
Sorry, Hudson. You'll have to speak up, lad.
Could you tell us more about the fire?
It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on the top, it did. What a sight to behold it was.
You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship?
Of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously.
Little eyes, so cute.
It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
And I mustered on my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but the candles went flying all over the room.
Holy shit.
The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled up with smoke.
Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. Yep. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. Wait, how did you catch a cold from a fire? Put the candles in a pentagram and everything. Good.
What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it.
The windows.
And the biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I got a terrible cold from it. Put me in hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry.
I knew it was devil worship all along. Huh. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason.
This man's a Satanist.
We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street. As well as how he or she could have done it.
Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. Only in England does opening a window instantly put you in the hospital. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. Yeah, welcome to the public.
I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation.
Yes. I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions. Just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike.
That's the spirit.
These two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another.
Ah, they do. How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me.
What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up.
Juror number 3, do you see?
Me? See what, sir?
Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter.
Well, yes, of course. Because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh!
Ooh! Exactly! On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garridib household. And Mr. Garridib had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh, my hat! See?
Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Holy shit, lady.
That is a lot of tea.
Mrs. Garridib.
Oh, dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am?
It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now.
What is it?
When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window?
I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating?
The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window.
And what if I did?
Oh.
Oh, all right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy, since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering.
Jesus Christ. Even though your house was on fire?
Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise.
Of course. I should have realized.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You've managed to establish that the window was open.
Lady.
We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garrideb's formal statement.
The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, is the book that Mr. Garridib told us he had been reading.
Well, I really couldn't say.
On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband a copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading?
I did.
At least she readily admits it.
It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it. Yes. He was rather enjoying reading it. You're right.
Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset?
Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as you well know.
I really don't.
I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it.
My man is getting PTSD over here.
What is it, juror number 5? I know something. I've remembered what it was. That memory I'd blocked out. Oh. It was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back. Ow.
Oh!
Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garrideb, or the maid. I'll have you know.
The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. Marriage scares me. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole, Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know. That god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was getting a base down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
Dot, dot, dot. Think emoji, think emoji, think emoji, think emoji.
Mr. Naruhodo!
No, I wasn't thinking that at all. I wasn't thinking about how you just gorilla flip me every day.
She's taking out her takedown hands as we speak.
Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor. Fist to fist. Using a bow or the like.
What? Attack? Who are you going to attack?
Look at these fists.
Never mind. Anyway, this man's words.
Wait, I don't want. Don't say never mind. Back up. I want to talk about this, Mr. Sato.
You want these hands? the gentlewoman's weapon.
Could be rather significant, I think.
All right, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection.
Good grief. You mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once.
Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could have been one such novel alternative?
Oh my! Whatever do you mean?
An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garrideb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garrideb household to the street below. Huh? What's that now? After all, Mrs. Garrideb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4?
What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole?
I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As a foreman of the jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? I'm really taking a big gamble here. It was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garrideb household to the scene of the crime was... Juror number 4, Mrs. Garrideb.
What now?
I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before?
Oh,
Good lord, Counsel! What on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged in the victim's back, man.
My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garrett were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garrett was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene.
You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp.
Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand?
Even my missus hasn't got a name like that. Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand, but that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now.
Oh my.
Oh!
Mrs. Garrett, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not?
Oh. Oh. Oh! She fainted!
Bro, she died.
Oh!
I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but, I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions.
Mr. Foreman!
I'd have to agree.
Not that I think the granny did it, mind.
Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either.
All together now, ladies and gents. Say no.
We did it!
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo.
So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty, against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And this trial will continue. How many summation examinations can we have, sir? In one trial?
Well, that's a very good question, isn't it?
Now then, Lord Van Zeeks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
Bro, I'm tired. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine. The first few sips are bitter enough.
Oh, well.
But what
We knew that was
follows
gonna happen.
is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks. The defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed.
What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time?
It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrett household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garrett's house to the scene is some, 15 yards.
Let me see. 15 yards. That's around 14 meters.
14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I'd imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumbs. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots.
Ah, not Sherlock Sholmes.
Ah!
Didn't have to come from my man. There is nothing I can say to that.
That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice.
Miss Susato.
Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he?
Is that what we're taking issue with today? Maybe let's pick our battles here.
My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes? Go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy. But what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Ooh, saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror.
But don't worry, I'll get used to it.
Order! 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 Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
So what's that, 6 glasses and 2 bottles?
Yes.
Jesus Christ, man. And unnecessary.
Lord Von Zeeks.
Jesus, man. There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth to it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. I mean, he makes a good point. And we must assume that they would be able to testify accordingly.
What say you, witnesses?
Yes, sir. Constable Rolly Beat reporting for duty, sir.
Ah. Good morning, officer.
Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir.
Wow.
Oh, they are so heroic, these London pobbies.
Patricia, my darling. I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh, Rolly, my hero! You make me swoon.
Disgusting.
Very well. I hereby reject the defense's request.
Oh,
And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
Yes, sir. This case has nothing to do with Mr. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mr. Garrett. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows at the top floor of the Garrett house are top-hinged casements.
obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Weren't you asleep?
What do you mean? You're face down! Well, that is quite startling. Top hinged casement windows.
That detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy.
You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
No, sir. Sorry, but...
What are top-hinged casement windows?
What exactly is a top-hinged casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend.
What do you mean? We're from a different country!
we have different windows.
Of course.
Yeah!
Sorry.
I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's room.
Alright, I'll try.
So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see.
I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount.
It prevents it opening? This is all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. Ah, no!
You see the problem then? Good. Your education in windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've already discounted.
Did you see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony.
Oh, yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me.
Oh, Rolly, you're so strong.
How is this happening?
I haven't even started the cross-examination yet!
Already my argument's been destroyed.
Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination.
Don't wanna.
You mean
My lord. Oh, good. Another desperate situation.
How can you say that for certain? Very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the Force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty.
He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? I can't say I remember. To patrol the streets of the London town and uphold the peace of the common man. That's what the job's all about. That's why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you a Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes, admittedly. Sir!
Oh, Rolly, you're so manly.
Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb? Please stop flirting.
I see, sir. Should have said so earlier, sir. Yes. Well, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of time there. Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to the fullest of my abilities, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Yes. I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles.
I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I only just arrived here.
So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears.
Thank you. I'll try.
Let's take a look at this warrant card. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. A patrolling officer expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Metropolitan police regulations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir. It's just that I'll allow a bit of air through the house, you see. So they're restricted as to how much they open.
And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen.
Intriguing.
Yes. Directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road.
Why did it be so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinged casement thing before?
Well, I have another question for you, Constable.
And what would that be, sir?
How do you even know?
Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garadib's house is furnished with? Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat?
Sorry.
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We were really so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. Oh, we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see.
Oh, I hadn't realized.
Yeah, oh yes, that street Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love?
Bro, you were awake.
Constable B! Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garrett household yesterday. The house is on my beat, you see, sir. Huh. That really was cutting it close then.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garrett household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well?
Outside Mr. Garrett's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that.
Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal and celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby after all.
Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling?
That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately.
Case files information has been updated in the court record.
And now it's my turn, I think.
But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark.
Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star.
Sorry?
The star that will guide us to eternal happiness.
Can't it guide you to answer the question? If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star.
And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said. 3 times at least.
Of course, what with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars.
In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you?
Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir. Huh. Certainly seems like they're telling the truth.
And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her.
Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right?
That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course.
Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat.
So Rolly told me the way. Only, I sort of got a little lost on the way.
Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me.
What?
Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly!
Oh, please.
Dear me.
So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rolly was there at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed.
I was off duty at the time, of course, but true Bobby is never really off duty, sir. Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, son. Seems altogether regular to me. This burnt copy of The Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrett household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well? Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hands from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. Two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them.
Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
What? I wasn't really... I mean, what's she doing?
Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Mrs. Beach, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one.
That was a very loud mother.
I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's woman's... a policeman's
Jesus
wife's word counts for nothing, does he?
Okay, I have to pee really bad. I'll be right back.
Okay.
This music is so cute.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm at the bottom of my second water bottle.
All that chalice chugging.
Yeah. This is a 32-ounce bottle, so that's 64 ounces of
Wow.
water this stream.
Wow, you are hydrated.
It's because my voice will die.
Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't.
Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder?
Ooh, a natural hydration.
Wow.
Mrs. B, nobody is questioning what you've told us.
I saw it, I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back, slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction.
Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up in the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross. Giotto.
Constable Beat, is there a problem? No, sir. No problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering the same thing happened that evening is all. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15.
Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly.
A bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic.
This game looks crisp AF on PC. It does.
With farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
Wow. Yeah, it's pretty clear that these bobbies don't get paid a lot. It's, you know, I will say, having looked at some of the games that are on like platforms like the 3DS, like rendered with more powerful processors, like on PC, they actually look pretty good. But the Professor Layton Ace Attorney gets a PC port. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. I like that game. That's a good one. Yes. How romantic.
I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling?
Ah! Huh? Oh, yes. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise.
Really? Oh.
What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange.
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet.
Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to.
Shh, quick, do it while he's asleep.
Ah!
Upscale graphics, baby. Interesting. You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was so shocked. I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first.
And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on.
Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment. Oh, Jesus Christ. The cats broke something in the kitchen.
Oh no. Do you need a moment?
Yeah, I might need a moment.
Okay. All right, we'll take a little moment so that Renu can investigate what is going on in the kitchen. Oh boy, I have been there. I have done that. How is everybody else tonight? Pet emergency, yep. Steven has gone to take a nap. It's midnight. That's called sleeping. Grinding league. Oh god. He's getting up at 2:30 to work on the sourdough. Holy fuck. It's a level of dedication. Yeah, this really is just kind of a nap, huh? Yikes. I'm like concerned that he won't be able to go to sleep after that. Oh god, yeah. It's funny. Literally, I was talking about this, on the podcast recording that we were doing today, where I was trying to find a booster shot in like mid-December, and they were booked all the way out to mid-January, and I just happened to look like when I got back from Oregon, and I just happened to find a one open slot on the 31st of December that was probably someone just canceling, right? Because all the other, slots were booked up until like mid-January. And so I was like, okay, I'll take it. I'll just go tomorrow. I'll drive like 10, 11 miles, whatever. It's fine. So I went and I got my booster and I came back and yeah. That was a struggle. That was a struggle. My household in general has been quite struggle because our heat still doesn't work, my fiance is working at a hospital that is hosting some COVID patients, so like we're quarantining sort of. It's cold and I'm not allowed to sleep in my bed. Yeah, it's. I was talking about this when I was recording the podcast, but honestly, like, I've had probably the worst winter season of my life. But you know how it goes. That's how it be sometimes. Say hi to Steven in the sourdough. I'm gonna be asleep by then. I promise I will be asleep by then. I'm probably going to go to bed right after the stream is over, and that's probably going to... Wait, do I want the futon in the office? Absolutely I want the futon in the office. Please bring me a futon. I was going to ask you last night, but you were, like, already in your room, and I was like, I don't want to go outside. I think Sean was already. I think Sean was already asleep. Yeah, bring the futon in here. You slept early. Yeah, I was gonna say. I'm pretty sure you were actually asleep. Yeah, if you bring the futon in here, that would be lovely. Cause last 2 nights I've been sleeping on the beanbag, and the beanbag is comfortable. Don't get me wrong. But I'm afraid that if I sleep for more than 2 days on it, it's gonna start jacking up my neck. Town is having an outbreak of cases, or at least it's hitting people 2 degrees of separation from you, so that's concerning. Yeah, it's concerning. I mean, the thing about the Omicron stuff is it's really contagious, and because we're off of like winter break season, all the schools are opening back up, and they don't want to do the remote learning anymore. So, thank you. So it's just like all kinds of fucked, because it's like not only do you have a more contagious variant, you have to contend with the fact that all schools have just become germ factories where children go to get infected with the virus, which is just depressing. Hey, welcome back.
The cats were looking for food, and they dug into the recycling bin, which made a very loud sound, and they knocked the whole thing over.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Philip has knocked over many a trash can.
Yeah.
Philip has knocked over many a trash can in pursuit of food.
Yes.
So
That's
I understand.
exactly what they were doing.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's round this cross-examination off so that we can go to bed.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably.
That's right. Silly me, I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street.
This is definitely one of those like classic switcheroo cases.
Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there. Really, I can't.
So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite.
Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly bought me, with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose? How can you not afford more
How
than one
dare.
flower, dog? Jesus Christ.
Oh! Oh! Yes! Yes, that's it!
I feel bad for this couple. They're just trying to make it in this cruel world.
And they're so happy. Except when she does this to him.
Alright.
That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with old bits of change he found in the gutter.
How do you not have whiplash? Maybe just call it a rose.
Tell us, Lord Van Zeek, so where did you come by the flower?
According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garridib household. In front of the Garridib's house? Although it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Could I have it back now, please?
No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
I mean,
Well,
I agree, but I feel bad.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
good grief! Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget Mrs. Pete.
Okay, well, let's examine this rose then.
An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower.
Huh, this is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before.
Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo?
I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least.
Gosh, 3?
Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom.
Perhaps you should consider branching out? Learning some that aren't fruit-based? Tree-based, for example?
Never.
Only 3.
Very stylish paper the flower's wrapped in, isn't it?
It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh. I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me.
I see.
Is something wrong?
Oh, no, I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake.
Oh, Susato-san, you do love your cakes. You're just a country bumpkin, my guy. Let's write this out, right?
Mata.
Let me skip this dialogue.
Never.
The whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along, but I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now. The 4th book that had no business being at the scene of the crime made me sure that Mrs. Garrett was hiding something from us. But it's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I think I may already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. This time, I'm going to expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair.
Oh,
You
yay,
find it
Magpie.
available
That's
on
great.
Congratulations.
Yay.
I think it's this one, right? I'm just gonna say.
Yeah, same.
It's, yeah. Because we know what's going on.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna look around. If we press this. You mean you dropped the bouquet at the crime? That's right.
over.
Okay.
Welcome back. Do you have any thoughts?
How do we prove that she was on the wrong side of the street, I guess? And
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
well, I mean, wait, we have the rose as evidence now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can. I feel like we can present that at something.
Yes.
Maybe when he looked troubled. That part, or
I think we pursued that.
wait, really? What was it then?
That was where we got the information about the rose. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I guess we could just try to present it.
Yeah.
Ah!
Whoa. Whoa.
You claim, Constable Beat, that there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene, but that cannot be.
What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court. This one felt like such a stretch of evidence, but because we have all the context attached to it, but my God, it was difficult.
Yeah.
That when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to the beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby. Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road, where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. Holy shit, dude!
Wow, this guy is so mean. Oh my God.
This is young love. They're trying to make it in this cruel world. He doesn't make much money as a Bobby.
Miga?
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact?
No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor.
But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No, because sadly it's not only a bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way round. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garrideb's book. Mr. Garrideb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here, on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road, in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime, on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garridib's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong.
Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Wittering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is.
Oh, good. Mrs. Garridib's come round. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garridib, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called,
Tampering, Mr. Naruhodo.
But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. A very subtle but compelling. Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person.
Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime?
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat, it was you.
What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
All bobbies are bad. All bobbies are bobbies. If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh.
It's instead of a cab, it's a back, which is all bobbies are cops.
And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. B, it was after the defendant had fled the scene.
Well.
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something.
That's right. He's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there. That's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable B had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruto, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer.
Okay, give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
Curse my tiny bladder.
If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering.
Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the book fell, where the bouquet fell, where the victim fell. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel.
If that's your assertion, this court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? Right?
Craig!
But that's...
On the opposite side of the road.
I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garrett's book fell directly down from the open window above. And your bouquet, Mrs. B, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself.
Good gracious!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right. I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. And you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid. That was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, we transplanted the crime scene. We moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself, the 4 books. We moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road.
Extraordinary.
But the constable overlooked one thing.
What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume. Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Von Zeke said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously.
Which is why it was only the bouquet. It was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond, Constable Rolly Beat? Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again. I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Oh. Only it seems... It wasn't a dream at all.
Good golly! Order! 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 What on earth is the meaning of this?
Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Wishing the victim dead should be one too.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town.
I can't say, sir.
What?
I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything. I have a possible explanation. For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? Let's see, which page of it is it? Let's see. Page 2, okay. A foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman.
And yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence.
At once, my lord. England, Japan. It makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. Yeah, I love the music in this game. It's so good. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions.
What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions?
Oops. I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I've only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example.
Keeping the peace and looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly.
But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special.
Special? How?
On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh, yes. It was our very first wedding anniversary.
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind? But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I cared. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, policemen must assist with initial investigations and help detectives.
Aha!
Gonna download the game's OST. Highly recommended. Constable beat. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day?
Yes. Everything you said, it's all right.
So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh,
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat.
Good gracious. Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done?
It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. I got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight, of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Mersham Street and then...
It's a murder, your date is ruined either way. It sounds like it wasn't. It sounds like they went to have a lovely dinner after this.
Oh!
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
oh, Constable.
I just wanted... just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner.
Oh, Rolly.
Just that one night.
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street, to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care.
You see, I thought... well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the cold, freezing cold pavement.
Ah, I see your meaning now.
Yeah, literally everyone keeps forgetting that she's still alive.
But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place.
And can you tell us, Constable? How many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? Oh, 4 it was? Yes, definitely. 4.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garadeb household, of course.
What made you place that book in the victim's hand? Well, the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
Oh, well, sir, it's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, the victim was holding?
Oh, yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir.
Huh. Interesting.
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it.
My lord.
Yes, Lord Van Zeeks.
I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now, you're free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
He hasn't slept in a month.
All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Sir!
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
Yes, sir.
Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Never again, sir. You mean to say?
Leave now. The trial is not yet over.
Big ol' softy.
Sir!
Well, quite the start of the experience, really?
All right, let's leave it at that, huh?
I feel like they're about to go on break, but maybe not.
I think so, but I'm afraid. So we'll just save it for next time. So there you go. That's quite an unexpected twist.
Aww.
This is episode 4, and I feel like we're only gonna get the like 1-day trial as well on this one. I wonder if we're gonna get. We must get like I think the last one is a full trial. It must be, right? But it has been quite interesting so far. The structure of the game and its cases. But yep. 100% we're never wrong. Yep. So yeah. Is this the first combined trial plus investigation in this game? Yes. This is the first combined trial and investigation. Because the case of the Speckled Band was just the investigation, and the last case we did was just the case. That case was like 2 or 3 parts, though. It was so long.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I think it's interesting that they're playing with the format of the game a little bit. It feels a lot more like a mystery novel, right? Like a Sherlock Holmes kind of like there's just some fucking weird shit happening. Like everybody's getting murked on accident, basically. Like our boy Kazuma fucking died as a result of an accident.
Oh god.
Like this is obviously just like an accident from Mrs. Garrett throwing a knife and it just landing on somebody who was like, ooh, a book. London is super cursed, yeah. Episode 3 was a murder, but we have no idea who did the murder.
Yeah.
And our defendant is dead. So, honestly, London is cursed. You're right. But yeah, I'm excited to see what happens next time. I have no idea how many more episodes are in the game. Because obviously we're doing the Greatest Attorney Chronicles, so we're just doing both the games. But I don't know how many the first game has. Great Ace Attorney chapters. Let's see, how many chapters you got, bud? Like, each of these games has been, fairly long so far. Oh,
It feels somewhat early despite how many trials have happened. Yeah.
It feels somewhat early. The intro trial was.
Oh god, yeah. Oh
super
man,
long.
yeah. That was super long.
It actually looks like there's only one more trial after this, or one more chapter after this.
Oh, wow, that's short.
Yeah, so I mean it's a spin-off game, but yeah, it definitely feels like short, even though a lot of content has happened. I think it's because we're wired to consider to like expect the like full like set of like investigation and cases, and this hasn't been giving us like a lot. I mean, 5 is like the average number of like cases in a game, right? But it's because each trial has been like has not been what we've been expecting, right? We keep expecting the trial to follow a certain format, but it hasn't.
Yeah.
Because the investigation is like 2 parts. So you basically, for this case at least, it felt like you got 2 days of investigation and then 2 days of trial, right? Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It makes the game feel very unique. But you're right though. It feels very short.
Yeah.
It's
it
early in
feels
Reno's
like-
case story. Yeah.
Right. It feels like we're only just now
But-
like starting to get to know the characters,
To
like
be-
especially Herlock Sholmes, right?
I mean, to be fair, right? Like we're only 2 days into being elected.
yeah. No, this is.
So
I feel like the last case is gonna have to like really be big, right? To
I'm sure it must be the full set. It
Yeah.
must be. There's no way it's not. It does say that there is like there's some like downloadable content that like weekly issues, but they're not like cases. They're like little like omake clips.
Oh.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, we'll see you next time, and I guess next time we'll close out this case and start the next one, and we'll see where we'll see where we're at. Yeah. I mean, in all fairness, it is kind of a unique game in that it's about like Phoenix Wright's ancestor, and which is funny because it has the most like advanced court mechanics. Because it's like the latest in this series. Yeah, I say we'll quickly wrap up this case if it's able to be wrapped up. I mean, like there's not a lot else for us to do in this case, right? It's like obviously every time I say that it's just like, oh, we go for another 8 hours, but like in this case I feel like I'm pretty confident in saying that I don't think it's gonna serve us too many more like curveballs. But yeah, it's interesting. I mean, obviously, like, it's a bit of an experimental game. The format of the cases and the chapters is a little bit different. But also, there's another game after this. So to be fair, at the very least, if it doesn't feel like a complete game by itself, I'm sure it'll feel like a complete game as part of the set.
Mm-hmm.
It did leave the hook of the book being carried by the victim. I think okay, here's my theory about what's gonna happen in the next bit of trial. We're going to discover that the book was thrown, and she like bent down to pick it up, and then the knife fell on her. That is 100% my assumption about what's gonna happen. That's my working theory, right? There might be more going on with the Gyarados, right? We might get some like testimony. It's only the first half of this trial.
There was also that person, that really fancy-looking person, right?
Oh,
that we ran
that's
into during the
true.
investigation.
I totally forgot about those guys.
Yeah. Yeah, the one guy and then the fancy-looking guy.
Do you think they're gonna come up in this game, or in
They
this
might. I
trial?
mean, I don't know if they'll come out during this case, but they definitely have to come up somewhere during the rest of the game. Right?
Yeah, right. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that works. We'll see how that goes.
The Swan Hat Lady, jeez.
Yeah, remember the Swan Hat lady?
Oh my goodness.
The victim's identity. Yeah, I guess that's true. I don't think it was the Swan Hat lady. I think the Swan Hat lady's gonna come up in the next trial. If I was gonna take any stab in the dark about the finale, it's gonna be like pulling all the pieces together and like realizing that the justice system in this country is just fucked, right? And finally being able to kind of do something about it. And there's also that whole like thing about the Reaper. There's so many plot threads in this game.
Yes, there's a ton.
You know what? That's it. That's why it feels so weirdly paced.
Yeah.
Because there's so many plot threads in this game, but they're like they all get set up like at the beginning, and then by the time you're like, oh, are we gonna like start developing the plot threads? We're already in the last case.
Yeah. Yep.
It's interesting. Well, we'll see how that goes. Anyway, thank you so much for coming, and chatting and watching us play Ace Attorney. I suspect we will be here same time next week. I'll be here at least.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere.
Okay, we'll see you then.
Yay! Thanks for hanging out with us.